Times as much as possible on the time. We have a 30-minute presentation, thereafter followed by a period of question and answer. Now, of course, the questions can be directed to a particular panelist, or it can be general question, focusing on the general theme of this afternoon workshop. And you also, the audience can also make brief comments, okay, so that we'll make sure we keep within the bounds of time. And thereafter, moderators will make concluding remarks. Yeah, we'll thank Dr. Charles. With the audience and then we'll have the panelists introduce themselves.
I'll probably limit that to a minute. Dr. Adegami, this session is 1 hour?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so we'll keep the time. To the president of University of Liberia, the organizers of the conference, thank you very much for this opportunity. To the panel, to the state presenters, it's great to be here to moderate our afternoon session, and I look forward to how the generative information that will be presented. I'll be keeping time, so a minute to introduce yourselves, please, and then the 12 minutes for your papers so that we can give as much time as possible at the end for questions and answers. Thank you very much. So could we have Francis, please come in. Yes. A minute.
My name is Francis Bena. I'm currently doing a PhD at the Congo University in Finland, but now in Princeton Theological Seminary as a visiting scholar. Thank you.
Virginia Aurora, I'm a professor of history and religious studies at the University of Texas in Austin, Texas, United States. I'm actually a Latin American, but I got to prepare to study work.
My name is Reverend Alan. I am faculty in the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies, University of Liberia. I'm Deputy Director for Social Science Research, University of Liberia, and a PhD student at University in the UK. Thank you.
Very focused on me. I'm a member of the Africa Archaeology Project. I graduated from the University of Liberia, and I'm here today. Thank you.
Right. With that being done, we'll go right into our presentations. Our first panelist is Francis Bena, and Francis will be talking about colonial relics, slavery, and the quest for ontological security in Ghana and the African diaspora. As we stated earlier, each panelist has 12 minutes for the presentation. And we'll do question and answer after all of the panelists have presented. Thank you. Welcome, Francis.
Right. How can I see this?
Yeah, we'll do it.
Africans and region, we have about 150 of these castles and forts that were built. and was used for these forms of practices. About a little over 50 of these could be found in Ghana. Some of them are now serving as World Heritage Research Centers. Interestingly, I visited the Cape Coast Castle in 2009 as part of an educational trip during my bachelor's degree. But I went back to the Cape Coast Castle again in 2019, sorry for being very far because of time. And then something really struck me was I was on a tour guide, and that was a location of a shrine for traditional worship purposes. And so when they wanted to build a castle, they didn't allow them. There were a lot of confrontation between them and the Europeans, and they had to sacrifice a cow, a wood, and they broke part of that rock to we are. Try to that disconnect that identification of the self become
Francis. I think I've not been to Cape Coast, but I visited Cape Coast just now with the presentation, looking at colonial relics, looking at castles and the different shrines in Cape Coast to see how, in that setting, how people sought ontological meaning to their lives, even before the coming of the Europeans. Looking at the different religious practices, worship styles, and so on. Thank you very much. Please take note of the questions, and let's try to follow the discussion at the end of the presentations. And we'll give time for various interventions in terms of questions, in terms of other interventions, and so on. I want to thank you so much. Let's give Francis another round of applause. Our next presenter is Virginia Gerard. She's talking about the blood of Jesus versus the ancestral gods of Africa. I think that is a very interesting one there. So we will now invite Virginia Gerard, who will make the presentation. She has also church this. Thank you.
I do want to thank you guys for inviting me for allowing me to come. And I want to thank the organizers for doing such an excellent job of pulling so many different versions of pieces of this together. So, my presentation today will examine the clash of religious epistemologies between Haitian Pentecostals and Voodoo practitioners in the period following that Caribbean nation's catastrophic 2010 earthquake, which killed more than 300,000 people. Voodoo has its roots in slavery and the religious beliefs and practices of West Africa and of the Congo, which is the central homeland of nearly all Haitians. It retains direct linkages to traditional African religious beliefs and rituals. Consistency in Haiti, especially in terms of the spiritual world, which even today is nearly unparalleled elsewhere in the Americas. And its origins of slavery and colonialism, Haitian voodoo today is not African but Haitian, and the religion includes preferences, gestures, and sacred elements and spaces that are entirely unique to the Haitian milieu. It has traditionally served as a growing vital core of Haitian interior life. in Haitian activist and intellectual Paul Larke describes voodoo as the most original attribute of the Haitian culture, defining it not only as popular religion, but also a way of life of the people, which permeates what is integral to their work and suffering, their hope and joy, and finally to the many representations of their collective sensibilities expressed in song, folklore, etc., etc. So to move forward to the earthquake, it was just before 5 p.m. on January 12, 2010, that a massive 7.0 earthquake struck later on a small town just west of Port-au-Prince, the capital of Haiti. Estimated 350,000 people died in the quake, and with approximately that many injured and 1 million people made homeless by it. And I think we'll just jump ahead and say that by their very nature, disasters of this kind of scale elicit theological questions. We're going to move on to the next slide. The question being, why does an all-loving and all-powerful God allow such things to happen? But all the more so in the case of Haiti, situated was in the eyes of some under the shadow of voodoo. So Haitians tried to work through these questions by looking at answers for areas that they have always consulted for answers, and then new ways of looking at answers. And one of these areas that they looked very deeply into was in Pentecostal churches, and that in some ways is where our story begins, halfway through my presentation. Pentecostal churches had already been springing up in Port-au-Prince and the rural countryside for decades prior to 2010, and new ones sprang up like mushrooms after rain, after the earthquake. One of these was Shalom, and I'm not mispronouncing the French badly, I'm using the Creole word for the church, which was in a small church in the middle of a massive slum called Delmas of Port-au-Prince, which had been nearly completely destroyed. Within a matter of days after the earthquake, however, Shalom was back open for business, even though its unstable building was not, and people had to flock into fields and meet outside. Within 2 years, Shalom numbered 50,000 members, many of whom ventured to services from the vast tent cities of Port-au-Prince. By 2012, the church ran services continually, day and night, with attendance at the main service on Friday and Saturday nights, which itself is a nod to Haitian beliefs that spirits are most likely to be afoot by the dark of night. They ran sometimes as many as 20,000 people per service. And Shalom is just an example that I'm giving of one of many churches that we've mentioned that have grown in that way since the earthquake. Setting church growth interests aside, however, my point here is that many Haitians did indeed turn to Pentecostal churches' way to reorder their lives and attempting to make some sense out of order and chaos. This included a reassessment of their relationship with voodoo, which many Haitians came to see as either the actual cause per se of the earthquake, or at least ineffectual in preventing it. As one pastor described it, when God speaks, we listen. The earthquake is God's voice, and He will do other things. The stars will crash down to the earth. It bears noting that voodoo practitioners also saw the presence of their Loa protectors in the disaster, and residents of tent camps recounted warnings from the spirits and signs of the disaster in advance. One woman, for example, recalled a prophetic dream in which the voodoo Ogun spirit spoke on the head of Michael that a big catastrophe was about to happen. She told her family about it, but they didn't know how to respond. And until the earthquake struck. And she concluded the Loa did warn us. You can't say that it didn't. On the other hand, for voodoo's followers, it would be inconceivable to describe a natural disaster, oh boy, But I will say that Haitian scholar Patrick Delgar-Smith
Thank you, Virginia. Yeah, we know that this topic and there's so much to be said about it. Obviously, you can't do that in 12 minutes. So, but I'm sure there will be opportunities for us to continue the discussion. All of the outcomes of this conference, I'm sure, in some form will be available to all of us to continue the discussion. But we want to say thank you. Thank you for this. Let's give our hand up. Thank you so much. You know, the issue of talking about spiritual warfare and the Lord Jesus versus the ancestral gods of Africa. You know, there's a big question now in terms of, even when we talk about Christianity and contextualizing it, people talk about syncretism, how does it speak to our style of worship and what we observe as a divine. So we go in Africa and Haiti. Haiti voodoo practices, and we know it's a very strong element of Haitian life and culture. So this is a topic that will require continuous reflection as we go along. So thank you so much again. At this point, we want to call upon Reverend Alan Pay, who will talk about the impacts slavery has on the African traditional religions, religious practices, and identity of the native Liberian. Mr. Alan Pay.
I'd like to say thank you to the organizing committee for this conference. I'm grateful to present. The purpose of this presentation is to explore the lasting impact of Christianity on religious and cultural identities of native Liberians. Of course, this presentation is guided by objective. I'd like to see the impact of Christianity on indigenous Liberians and examine the impact of Christianity on cultural practices and identities in Liberia. I have the background. Before the abolishment of slavery in 1833 by the British colonists and also the Americas in 1865, the Portuguese explorer established contact with the native Liberians in 1460. What is interesting about this is that at this point, the native on ground already had a unique way of worship. They had their cultural processes, and they had their way of life. They might have migrated from the Malay Empire as a result of the decline between 1675 and 1828, around 1591. What is interesting about this conversation is that what was on ground was unique to them. January 7, 1822, became the liberated Africans with very powerful Western culture and the chief of that culture was the Christian faith. Of course, from the background, the Christian faith was a third party
Thank you, Reverend Alan Pay. I remember some of you here, quite a few of you, as a matter of fact, from various seminaries and things in different places. I remember as a student in seminary, quite a few years ago, when I was in Theological Seminary in Washington, we did a course, Sociology of Religion. I'm sure some of you are quite familiar with that. And that class was one of the most active classes. A lot of debate about the relationship between culture and religion, how they impact each other. So as Reverend Ali Payne spoke, I began to reflect upon some of the debates. Even back then, I was in seminary. And I'm sure you all, the audience, have questions or interventions that you might want to make in terms of how you see the interaction between culture and religion, especially in terms of the, talk about the Liberian experience, how Christian religion impacted traditional Liberian thinking and culture over the years. I'm sure there will be questions and contributions that some of you might wish to make. So thank you again. Let's give Alipia another hand. Thank you for your intervention. Again, at the end, we will have questions, we will have comments from the audience. Our last presenter this evening in this session is Mr. Abraham Fogo. In the program, you see there Kerry Banton, Craig Stevens, Christine Leroy, and Matthew Riley. Okay, but Abraham will be presenting from that particular segment. He will be presenting on the archaeology of Liberia's Providence Island beyond 1822 settlement. Welcome, Mr. Abraham Fogo.
Good afternoon to all. And Ibrahim Foucault, present the archaeologists of Liberia. The Back to African Heritage and Archaeology projects marked the first attempt to systematically establish Liberian site associated with 19th century settlement in Liberia. In 2019, the excavation on Providence Island, a small rocky outcrop first settled by Black American Okay, here you see two artifacts. One has to do with the footwear, and the other has to do with local ceramic, which we call in our Liberian vernacular pots or local pots or African pots. For the footwear, it is recorded that was made in Germany, and it was filled with mineral water and imported in Liberia or across the Atlantic. For the traditional pot, it is noted that it was produced locally, and that was produced before 1822, and it was used. This is our team, and this team was motivated by Carrie Banzo, PhD. She wrote a book concerning Liberian settlement and the activities of the native that was published in 2017, and in 2019, it became known. So, as team members saw this work, it set up into motion to be able to do more and focus on the Providence Island. You know, Liberia is 175 years now. Okay, the picture you see there on the right represents an official document. That is a sealed document of. But on the left, you see an image that has to do with abstract. It's a work of Eric Burns, who came to Liberia and he was able to investigate some issues that had to do with how the settlers were able to get this nation. And he pointed out that there was a terminology he used. He pointed out that he used what is referred to as complete to get the territory today we call Liberia. And another person is Professor Patrick Burrow, who also said similar thing. He said in his writing, by the Liberian, he said in his writing that the same complete done by Stockton and others in order to acquire this land we call Liberia was done. So what he did was he pursued the document and was able to get the official purchase document in which many scholars are in search of, including some of those historians in our area. We have a few questions as a team. The first question has to do with how was Providence Island utilized by inhabitants and visitors in the year prior to 1822 settlement? What changed did settlement bring, and how did arriving settlers interact with indigenous Liberian population? How did the function of Providence Island change over time, specifically with regard to its role in global trade as Liberia entered nationhood? In light of recent civil war conflict, how does the site feature into local and global understanding of heritage and Liberian identity? The picture you see has to do with the only and the odious cotton tree that was found on the Providence Island. When it fall, they raised an alarm, and our team was able to excavate beneath the cotton tree, and there was several artifacts that were found. So for today's occasion, I brought them to show them to my audience so you can view them. We have the pipe and the skin. We have a pen that was imported from Germany, and all those ones were used by indigenous Liberians and the settlers. We tested 9 sites. We do 9 shovel tests, and we excavated 6 units. As you see on the right is the excavation process, and where you have the 2 gentlemen standing, they are doing what we call the shovel test. These are things we found, these are imported artifacts. They are all housed at the National Museum. Because we needed to get oral history to back up our archaeological work that we were doing. So Momodu visited the site and he told us a lot of things. He said to us that he was part of the cultural change crew at the time, and Providence Island were used for the raising of funds, the use of dams, but nowadays, nothing of such. And you're also inquisitive or curious to know what we were doing. So I remember there are times we will come around and ask, gentlemen, have you found anything? Because the entire Liberian history is all about white coming and read our history and give it to us and we read it. But today I'm seeing you black to join the white to do such things. So I will come to you to give me any strange money that you have, that you see. He is on the Providence Island. I think he's a security man there and also a good historian. Okay, there are students also we interacted with while we were working. They came to see in Liberia to know what we were actually doing. In our unit is me, and we try to do some excavation. We have 2 teams to Congo. One has to do with Providence Island being used by the black slaves. And another one has to do with there were people living on the Providence Island before the coming of the black slave or the settlers. Many have been thinking how to establish that fact. So as member of the team, their team was excavated unit per unit, and we were able to come up with a conclusion that indeed those traditional ceramics that we saw, some of them dated back in the 16th century, 17th century. So that is to say that there were people living on the Providence Island, or there was interaction of the Providence Island, of people on the Providence Island before the coming of the American Liberians or settlers. That is one of the facts we tried to come up with, and we got it. Another thing is that the Providence Island was a hub of commerce, meaning it was a business site before the coming of the American Liberians. That is, people who come like the Germans, the Europeans, to trade with our indigenous kings, chiefs on the Providence Island. But if you check the history of Liberia, there is no much document, in fact, to understand about the archaeology of Liberia since 1970, there has been no work done here in Liberia. We as a team have partnered with the University of Liberia students, Colonization University, to be able to train 7 scholars in archaeological work. And today, it will be presented to the People Republic of Liberia as Liberia's own archaeology in order to help make Liberia history straight. There are so many reasons that get the native out of the whole thing. In fact, we call that one-sided story. So this time around, I've decided to include Liberians like me, like us. When I was interviewed by the From Africa concerning the process or the project, they asked me, why is it that you're part of this? You know you to be a natural scientist. I said, I want to be part of this history maybe because the Back to Africa Archaeology project is not actually, the project is not actually for Baha. The project is Liberia's project. The project is my country project. It is my country history. Therefore, I should participate to make the history of Liberia straight. Thank you very much.
So I am sure that there are many questions that you will have. Do I have 5 minutes? Okay, so we'll have 5 minutes for questions. Dr. Adjami, you should thank him because I will only take 5. So we'll have questions for the 4 papers. So I'll reserve it for 7 minutes because my colleague and myself might want to I have some comments that I want to make. Could we have the mic, please? Please be brief so that as many as possible could have their questions and comments made. All right, so I'll start from this side and move over. The man with the red, not the red, the blue. Could you stand and just give your question, please?
So let me try. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Okay, so
and just say who's the question for.
Francis. Yeah, it's a very wonderful presentation. I'm not also going to print out, just like you try to explain and show us what you like. Okay, so my major question or concern functionality of the deities, because I want to deity instead of the gods. Functionality of the deities, because I know that in Africa, we don't just have deities, they are doing something like deity is responsible for fertility of the family or something. So what are they? So at that time, or even now, that is the so the functionality of the deity at that time, and then these are the practices of the colonial masters of the transatlantic slavery at that time. We need to know what actually happened at that time between the traditional worshippers and those involved in the transatlantic slavery. Then,
One question.
Your topic is very, very surprising when you said ancestral gods in Africa. I mean, Africa is, even though we know that there's still debate on the context of the word God, but then Africa has about 2,000 languages or 2,000 cultural representations. You now say African ancestral gods, it's a bit, so I don't understand. I think you need to look at that.
One other question and then I'll open it up.
All right, thank you for that wonderful presentation. Question for Alan Faye. Okay. I observe that your topic is quite different from your discussion.
the title, you have impact of slavery on African traditional religion. But your objective number one, you started with impact of Christianity. So you have you've not been able to establish the link or the nexus between slavery and Christianity. So I expect you to please do that. And finally, for you, you're talking about synthesizing or assimilating African traditional practices, elements, African traditional practices with Christianity. I don't know how you're going to go about that. For Abraham, nice presentation for Abraham.
Excuse me, in order to give others time, could you just you did one question, so I'm
Just
gonna
one for Abraham. Thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. You talked about artifacts. I was expecting you to tell us how you verified it, how they were tested, the type of dating methodology or what have you, carbon, radiocarbon, C14 or what have you, and also to tell us if they actually come before, if the dates, if its results rather predate 1822. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Could we have the question? So take note of the questions that you've gotten, and so we'll speak to it back again.
So we have two key rules, ontology and personality. What we know, how do we know we know? That's what the two words are like surrounding the book we talk about. Without research, please help me to understand the religion of Africa, specifically Liberia, to Christian and Western African leaders, or to, not to civilized and Westernized African leaders, or Christianized. That's the question number one. Secondly, this religion I spoke from, yeah, useful first. So you talk about, so that's first question. Second question is for you. Haiti had an issue. Earthquake. I was in Northern 1986, and there was still problem. It wasn't the earthquake happening in San Francisco Bay Area. Because I told you San Francisco. You're talking about the boom. It's the boom. What's the connection with boom and earthquake? But that's what you said when you were speaking. You said there was a boom factor in Haiti. So what is political Christianity and disasters? So if you can speak to that, I would that's for you. I mean, you have to do a handle.
So the question was, what's the connection between voodoo and natural disaster?
She went to Haiti and one practice. What about Los Angeles? What's going to happen out in America? 1986. So what is the problem? What's the relation? Yeah.
The first question was for who? Your first question was who is it?
Okay, so I'm talking about religion. This brother right here.
Okay.
Yes, I want to know whether religion came to Africa, to Liberia specifically, to westernize or civilize or to Christianize. Help us to understand the thing. That's why you're talking about what's the relation with the lady. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. You got a question? Yes. Okay. Yes, please. Give your question.
Can I?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. This is a very highly rated section. My question goes to Francis, right? Unlike Dr. Jordan Taylor, who has not visited Cape Coast Castle, I visited the Cape Castle. Like most people who have visited and understand, go through this experience, this transformative experience, and I think we should have seen transformative experience, and I almost began to question my Christian belief, especially when the tour guide said that why the captured Africans like in the dungeon. There was an Anglican church above, and I want to ask you, as the tour guide, I asked the tour guide who was, doing the tour, are you a Christian? He said, no, I'm not a Christian anymore. as a why is so loud, and can we understand this? The question to you is that experience of people in the Cape Coast area having learned about the cruelty and incongruities of those who brought profess Christianity, is that the experience of your Christian? Is that a challenge of what you call the Lord Jesus Christ? Thank you.
One here and one from the student. Right here.
My question is for Reverend K. There's been some recent scholarship on Liberia saying that the settlement of Liberia is not just offering Western culture per se, but they also have this abolitionist movement, right? And we're quite keen on stopping indigenous slavery. So I'm wondering to what extent you understand that as part of the driving force for people going to Christianity, towards Christianity, for protection, and so forth. Not just Western culture, but
Who's the question for, please?
Reverend K.
Reverend. Did you take that question?
No.
Could you repeat the question?
So the question is, to what extent not just Western culture was the driving force on Christianity, but protection, so immediate protection against being enslaved on this coast, for example. I think people like Patrick Barrows who's recently talking about the abolitionist movement of the Liberian settlement. So how does that fit into your analysis?
This student, right, but the one beside Israel. Israel, yes.
This question is for Reverend Kane also. Very similar to the question that was asked, but a little bit more context to it. In your presentation, you talked about synthesizing Christian culture and with traditions that are true to the native land. And some would argue that some of the traditions are antithetical to the core tenets of Christian faith. And so how would you suggest that this synthesizing happens? And more specifically for ministers, Christian ministers, how could they go about this decolonizing that you're talking about? And what are some ways that you can talk about that you think that this synthesizing could be successful?
All right, so we'll give space to the presenters to then respond to questions. So you can start.
Yeah, okay, so the first question, partiality of the deities. That's a good question. I think from what I've done so far through oral these deities, particularly the one in the castle, was consulted, especially fisher folks or fishermen, regarding their fishing activities. But that has changed over the years. The deity is seen as more or less the protective deity of the whole Catholic people, and he consulted for various functions, including barrenness, prosperity, business, and protection of social homes. So yeah, there are a lot of functionalities that's associated with this particular deity. This is research that I started, it's a book project I'm working on, actually going to last over 3 years. So I intend to really want to learn more about what the functions are. For experiences of people, I think, this is a class really, evokes a lot of emotions, especially for being African American, kind of materials that really kind of make people rethink of their own faith and all. Personally, I've not really done extensive interviews this time, but people have spoken to really sometimes they taste Christianity because of these practices, and sometimes become so, they express anger when they're talking about Christianity and what can happen in take to their life as people, especially their ancestors and so forth. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your question because it really touches on something I didn't get a chance to go properly. So thank you for giving me that opportunity. So why really? Why is it a source of trouble in Pentecostal life? And I'm going to read this whole section that I didn't get to. And that is Haitian Pentecostals firmly place the blame for the earthquake on the nation's continued devotion to the false God. Tap into what African scholar Rosen Hackett called bogus forces of Satan. Haitian Pentecostals believe that Buddha is a diabolical source of Haiti's long historical suffering, which the earthquake is the most modern manifestation. Read directly from the principal culmination of the Old Testament prophets such as Jeremiah, Isaiah, and Ezekiel. They understood the hellfire earthquake was prophetic signs of divine pleasure, God's castigation for idolatry, following of false gods, but likewise, God's clarion call for repentance. So, one of the things that spiritual warfare is very specific to place and time, and it has geography. The word mapped out with demons in place. There are specific idolatry. And you're right, if it were in California, or if it were in the tsunami in Indonesia, that could be different. Thank you. That's a wonderful question. Appreciate that.
All right, thank you for your questions. I will provide an insight if you are not well satisfied. You can contact me around. We have something to do. The first concern about the topic and the purpose, of course, we discussed in slavery afterlife. So I'm looking at slavery specifically on Christianity. So I am focusing on how Christianity has impacted religious life and cultural identity. Of course, Christianity is a package, except in terms of ideology and right now. Then, of course, we can say thank you for the concern. Slavery, the liberated Africans came, and when they came to Liberia, part of what they brought with them was Christianity. So, narrative and speaking will be another issue that we will address another time. Thank you. On the issue of the concern raised by assimilation and citizens, like I said, as a student of theology, there are common elements. Like for instance, in Liberia, I call something dualism of marriage. What is devilish about me going to marry a woman at the home of a parent, and then we go to the Christian church? In the Liberian context, if you do that, you have to go to the parent's home, get married by paying a bride price, and then go to the church and do what we call the Western marriage. Of course, theologically, if you go to perform the marriage ceremony in the church, the pastor asks the question, who gave this woman to this man to marry? The answer is the father to the pastor, and the pastor to the man. I'm saying, if this is an element, institutional element, play a role in the church, there is a need to what? To assimilate and citizens. There are a couple of issues I can talk about more and more to discuss that. Another issue here we talk about the issue of the civilization through Christianity was a form of protection for the liberated Africans on account of where they came from, but that was an understanding ground. You were came from the West Indies, from the Americas, the captured ship, of course, those on ground. What that has done to this culture is that the people on ground feel that they are more trouble than nation building. So our unique identity as citizens of Liberia is not reflected on the basis of having geographical citizenship rather than having tribes. So we think tribal than thinking as holistic citizens. So on the question, you are thinking, okay, they came from the Americas. Their identity for protection was to say Christianity. Christianity was a form. Of course, religion can be used as a resource for conflict as well as resource for peace. Christianization. The issue of Christianization, of course, I said Christianity was a package. As indicated in Liberia Policy, Rachel McKenna, that's a big document on the Google Scholar. In that document, it is indicated that the goal of the liberated Africans was to Christianize those who ground. Of course, it is Christian religion. Religion versus religion. It is now Christian religion versus the African traditional or Liberian religion. Of course, we don't have Liberian religion. In some religions, we have African religion. So it is a clash between Christianity on one hand and ATR on the other hand. So it was not a religion was not here. Like I said before, in 1935, 37, 15, 91, the natives migrated as a result of the decline of the Malay and Songhai Empire. On ground, they had a religion. Of course, religion is a focal part. But on ground, in 1822, the liberated Africans came and said, look, the best way to get these people to be civilized is to introduce what I call Christianity, or we call Christianity, and it was the best civilization. And I said it was a form of government. It was about wearing coats. It was a kind of lifestyle. It was about going to second places at certain time. But like I said to you, if the question is not clearly explained, contact me, I'll explain one more. Thank you.
Okay, so I saw you, my brother back there. He said, in the result, before 1822. And the answer is yes. But today's presentation had to do with the afterlife of slavery. So I spoke on that point of view. And you know fully well that this is not a formal classroom where we explain the excavation method, the material use, how the digging was done, energy use, time use. So we can't go that far as we stick to the afterlife of slavery. But let me just check something a bit. Every material that is made carries certain feature. We all know. If I produce this, carries certain feature. If I produce a glass, maybe a local ceramics, it carries certain feature. So after 10 years, 50 years, 60 years, when it is done, these are things archaeologists look for. When they are seen again, without going to lab, from that point of view, you can come up with a logical conclusion. I say this were people there from Germany, these were people there from Europe, this came from America, Liberia, and etc. So there are things we saw with similar characteristics, and we make those conclusions before interacting with the director of the museum. That was one of it. As the excavate, you know the process, you ask a question, it means that you have some level of archaeological experience. So you know the process, the excavation is not something that is done like one strong man is taking a hole, it's a gradual process, like you are slashing something. So when you interact with any artifact, you will know, and immediately you will generally, take it from the soil and begin to look for those features. Okay, once is seen and you compare what is written and other picture, you can therefore come up with some logical conclusion. And these are things where we did. We didn't just come from elsewhere and join the team. We were trained by Dr. Matthew Riley to be able to participate in helping the history of Liberia to be shaped. In another context, we can say we are eyewitnesses for the native this time around. Unlike in the 1700, in the 1800 and 1900, the history of Liberia was just told from the settlers' point of view. And because our natives were not much educated to have the ability to write and read, so their views were not well taken. But for us now, we know how to read and write,
Therefore, when we see something, you're not only going to read it, interpret to us, but we know what you are reading. This is why we join the thing to make it a success. Another thing is the material that was taught, they are all kept at the National Museum. So what I want to do for me is that after this process, you can contact us. We visit, so we can visit Director Abbott Market, and then those things will be displayed for you. You can view, you can see. I also came with a pipe, and I believe this pipe was used by one of those indigenous Liberians, because those days, to own a pipe, you have some level of strength. Either you be a colonial master, that is a state master that has the ability to trade a state for such, or else it couldn't be found with any indigenous or native Liberian or whatsoever. So there are parts, you can visit the National Museum and you see them, you can view them, you'll be allowed to touch them in the near horizon, and there are many more to say. So I can take out the time. I thank you very much.
So please join me in thanking our presenters today. We may have other questions, but we'll be talking about it. Dr. Andre?
Thank you to the panelists and to the moderators. Let's give them a hand. We do apologize. We recall that we told you that presentations will be for 15 minutes. And I think it's a big sacrifice to shorten that to 12 minutes. So please bear with us. We're just trying to manage time, and we know that people will need more than 20 minutes to present. Could I propose that everyone gets up? Don't move from your seat, just wave to me and let me see you do some gymnastics. Don't move, just stay where you are and repeat the stretch. So if you know you are alive again, you can take your seat. Okay, I need Jacob here. Yep. And David Childs. So, in this session, we're going to talk about the Bible, mission, gender, and slavery. So that's a lot. I'm Gordon Mikowski. I teach Christian education in the Practical Theology Department at the Theological Seminary. And it's my privilege to preside here while my three colleagues share different aspects of the theme of this session. I will say I'm glad we're now going to talk about the Bible, because that's what I teach, among other things. And the Bible is a war zone about mission, gender, and slavery. I say that because if you take, for example, the book of Exodus, you have God acting to liberate slaves in chapters 1 to 19. In chapter 20, you have the 10 Commandments. One of those commandments assumes that liberated slaves themselves will have slaves. So which is it? Is it a contradiction? Is it a tension? Is it irony?
Or take the Apostle Paul. He wrote a letter urging a slave master to take back a slave and to be nice to him, not punish him. But then in the letter he wrote to the Galatians, in chapter 3, he says, baptism means there is no more slave or free, male or female, Jew or Greek. So which is it? In the 19th century, at least American Presbyterian theologians, the people I know, white ones, argued endlessly about what the Bible says about slavery, for and against. And Mark Knoll, the evangelical American church historian, wrote a little book on the Civil War as a theological crisis. And he said, finally, the warfare over the Bible, what it says about slavery, was resolved not by the theologians, but by the Reverend Doctors Ulysses S. Grant and William Tecumseh Sherman, the Civil War generals who fought on the winning side. They changed the way we read the Bible on these matters. So there's a lot to talk about, and to help us do that, my three colleagues, in order of their presentations, will be Dr. J. Paul Hines, my colleague and friend from the Practical Theology Department at Princeton Theological Seminary, who is assistant professor of pastoral theology there, a graduate twice of Princeton Theological Seminary with a Master of Divinity and a PhD, and then, as did I, he graduated from Emory University with a PhD, so we have a lot in common. He's also a former faculty member at the Howard University Divinity School, teaching pastoral theology there. Next, we'll hear from Reverend Joshua Haikala, who is mission co-worker for the Presbyterian Church USA in West Africa. He's based in Ghana and has been there since 2009. Before that, he was associate pastor at House of Hope Presbyterian Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. He's a graduate of Dartmouth and the University of Chicago and was an intern at the First Presbyterian Church in Chicago. And then Dr. David Childs, assistant professor of social studies at Northern Kentucky University, College of Education and Human Services, will speak. He has a BFA from Cincinnati and 3 degrees from Miami University of Ohio, including a PhD in history. We'll hear each of them in order, and then we'll have some time for questions. And because there's 3, not 4, we can allow each person to have 15 minutes. So Dr. Hines, over to you.
Thank you, Gordon. Colleague and friend, Howard, I am just completely confused about how to approach this. The PowerPoint thing that's going to be working, so I'm going to improvise and see if it works or not. Hopefully it does. I think it's called Black Manhood. Yeah. Black Manhood. Black Manhood missions and I'll call it the desire, or the title is a little bit different. The desire to redeem Africa. I read the abstract to get pretty much an overview of what I wrote. I'm going to take a little bit of a detour and discuss something a little bit different, especially in relation to the afterlife of slavery, because there are still things that we wrestle with in the United States regarding the plantation and things that were developed on the plantation. One of the things I want to discuss today is a certain perspective. In my field of pastoral theology, there's an eminent scholar named Stephen Hilton. And Hilton theorized that the pastor has what he defines as a shepherding perspective, which means that it's not necessarily the person filling the role, it's the person that maintains a certain perspective of healing, guiding, sustaining the flock. I want to argue today that the Black Messiah is not necessarily a person, but more so a perspective, a way of looking at the world, especially when you're discussing Black clergymen in America, a way of looking at Africa. I will not be focusing my few minutes on Africa or Liberia, but more so what was going on in the United States, particularly during slavery that generated this displacement. And to do so, I'll start with a story. Julius Lester, a scholar of African American history and African American literature. Lester has a small book called African Folk Tales. African Folk Tales. In this small book, Lester has a story called People Who Could Fly. All right, so you've heard it. Lester says that one day on the plantation, especially hot, oppressive day, there's a woman working, a woman with a child, pregnant. She was so overwhelmed by the elements on that day that she passes out. Right, too hot, labor's too hard that particular day. She passes out. And rather than give her some assistance, give her some water to help her recover, slave driver who was working the plantation that day beats her. Get up, get back to work. Of course, the other slaves are so disturbed by the sight, they stop their work to observe what's going on. So the slave driver warns them, go back to work, or you'll get the taste of the same abuse. Another day goes by, another hot oppressive day. Lester tells the story, there is a slave going around plantation whispering a word. I don't know what he's saying. He's whispering to random slaves some message nobody knows. Happens again, somebody else passes out. Slave driver has the same response. Right, instead of offering assistance to help the person recover, beats them. Right, same thing. Slave standing. Taste of the same. But this time, Lester says that slave was going around the plantation whispering, how it's now. And those slaves whom he gave the message to are, he says, fly away back home to Africa. I've always thought about, most of us would pay attention to slaves who got away and came back to Africa. What about those slaves that remained? Those slaves who couldn't fly away. Those slaves that had to make the plantation their home. What was home like? How was the home that they grew up in passed on to later generations? Stanley Elkins, esteemed historian, has a book on slavery. And Elkins says that the plantation in America was a closed system. Right? There was no life, there's no experience for the slaves outside of what happened within the walls of the plantation. Within that system, a unique relationship began to develop, says Elkins. That the slave master was the father, and the male slaves were his children. And Elkins says that there was one thing that the slave master never wanted the slaves to do, and that was to grow up. There was no development. The slave was to be a perpetual child. And Elkins says that the slave was to be absolutely dependent on the slave master. Now, out of this system emerges a figure you probably heard of, the Sambo figure. Entertainer, song and dance man, always smiling for old master. And this Sambo figure, again, was constructed in such a way that he would never grow up. Now, my argument is that the Sambo figure was absolutely dependent on the slave master, not just for his daily life, but also, unfortunately, sometimes for his spiritual well-being. Right? Right? The slave master's word was not just the words of a natural man, but in some instances, the slave master's word became God's word. I would do anything, the son would say, to please the master. Years on, after slavery ended, something began to happen. As black men attained their freedom, and some began to have leadership in the black church. And for this, I would suggest you read William H. Becker's great essay on mission and manhood that focuses on the black church. He said that there were leaders in the A&E church in the United States that came to believe they would never be able to achieve their manhood in America. There was no hope for development, for growing up, getting over that childhood status in the United States. And even though they believed liberation was to be their cause, there was something they could not get over. The trauma they experienced at their home on the plantation. And even when they did mission work to Africa, oftentimes they took on the same view of Africa that their slaves held as hell. And then to use a psychoanalytic term, they projected their own childishness onto Africa. And so in the paper I deal with how, for many African-American clergy persons who came over to Liberia and other parts of Africa, they viewed Africa as a land of childishness. Africa is a place that would never be developed. Africa is a place that needed a new father. And they would fill the role of that father. They would be the one that Africans would be dependent on. Because they were gifting Africans with civilization and Christianity and a new way of life. Now, this is a dilemma I hope that we can solve someday. Going back to the earlier story that Lester told. Today, are we still waiting for a Messiah? Today, are we still waiting for some special word to take us back home? But are we also ignoring persons within our midst who may not have a role, may not be a shepherd, may not be a prophet, but common folk in our midst that are going around that still have a word from the Lord? Right? Not promising us the kingdom of the slave master or the kingdom of a black Messiah, but finally a kingdom that will actually help us feel like we're finally whole. Because this is what I want to suggest. Even if we are children, don't we actually want a father that will care for us and not exploit us? A father that will be with us in the midst of the struggles that we go through in our daily lives. I believe that's the side we should be waiting for. Thank you.
Thank you. I went to high school in a town called Princeton, New Jersey. It's north of Princeton, New Jersey, and the main street in town is called Finley Avenue. It was only earlier this year that I learned that Finley Avenue was named for Reverend Robert Finley, a graduate of Princeton University and the Presbyterian pastor in town, who was credited with having founded the American Colonization Society in 1816. I didn't know about this, and I think that very few people in town do. And it seems to reflect that little is known about the historical ties between the United States and Liberia, especially in the US. And I would say that's true in both church and society. And what I want to talk about is a brief look at the involvement of the Presbyterian Church in mission in Liberia, and perhaps ask the church to remember that history, because there's a long history there. It goes back to 1819. The records of the American Colonization Society note the support that was given to the organization at the Presbyterian General Assembly. This is a quote. The Assembly resolved that in their opinion, the plans of the Society is benevolent in its design and if properly supported and vigorously prosecuted to be extensively useful to this country and to Africa. That same General Assembly, in another meeting, said that slavery was utterly inconsistent with the law of God and it demanded a more humane treatment of enslaved people in the United States, and said that eventually the institution should be abolished. The motivation to support the ACS is very complex. There's one historian that writes that from, first of all, the movement said it could, in a way, solve the problem of slavery in the U.S. without really disturbing the country very much. And at the same time, the ACS, it drew on that missionary impulse that was moving in the United States in the early 1800s. The precursor body to the one I worked for was called the Western Foreign Mission Society in Pittsburgh. And in 1833, it recruited and sent to this new colony Reverend John Brooke Piney. He's a white graduate of Princeton Seminary, and he effectively became the first foreign missionary of the U.S. Presbyterian Church. Later that year, in 1833, Piney returned to the U.S., and he was joined by James Temple. The records say that he was a young man of color and candidate for the gospel ministry under the Presbytery of Philadelphia. The two returned to Liberia. So from the very beginning of Presbyterian mission, there were black and white. And there was a very close collaboration between the mission and the ACS. For a few years in the 1830s, Piney served as acting governor of the colony. And in that role, he helped establish Liberia College, which is now the University of Liberia. There were black Presbyterian missionaries like Reverend James Priest. He was educated at McCormick Seminary and became the very first foreign missionary of McCormick Seminary. He came and settled in Greenville in 1843. In the 1860s, he served as vice president of Liberia, and he went on to serve as a Supreme Court justice. There's also missionaries like Reverend Amos Herring. He was born to an enslaved family in North Carolina, and he came to Liberia in 1836, and he went on to sign the country's Declaration of Independence. I know our brothers and sisters in the Presbyterian Church of Liberia are very proud of his history. In 1837, the General Assembly of the U.S. Presbyterian Church took over the work of mission. They created a board of foreign missions, but they were handed over the final notes of the Western Missionary Society. And it said this about the recruitment and sending of black missionaries, black American missionaries to Liberia. It says, if the friends of our society at the South will select pious, suitable men, it will be the duty of the committee to have them brought to the North and see that they are properly educated. It seems there was a popular belief at the time that Southern blacks were physically better able suited to work in Africa. But really, if you look at the records of the whites and blacks who came from the United States to Africa, both fell sick and died in equal rates. But nevertheless, it began a concerted effort by the U.S. Presbyterian Church to train and send black Presbyterians into mission. There were two schools that American Presbyterians founded at that time. Outside Philadelphia, Ashman Institute became to be known as Lincoln University. It opened in 1854. And in Charlotte, North Carolina, a place called Biddle Memorial Institute. It later became known as Johnson C. Smith University. It was established in 1867. It's interesting that the Presbyterian Church USA General Assembly minutes note of 1855 note that there were 18 Presbyterians in Liberia in that year. Half were white, half were black. But a few years later, in 1868, there were 13 Presbyterian missionaries in the U.S., and all but one of them were black. The General Assembly minutes of 1873 write about the theological training of black students at those two schools, Lincoln and Biddle. And it says, the faculty of the schools are pleased to report a growing interest among the students in the cause of foreign mission. Friends of benighted Africa need not hesitate to trust the grace of God in the hearts of educated colored men. For if it is the Master's plan, he will, through their enlightened consecration, save the land of the forefathers. There was another story as well. One early white Presbyterian missionary to Liberia named James Leighton Wilson. He experienced a lot of tension between his work and the Colonization Society. He came and he settled in Harper in 1834. And during Wilson's time, there was a lot of conflict between the settlers and the indigenous people. And he often, as a missionary, fell into the role of mediator between the two. And Wilson saw his goal was primarily to spread the gospel among the indigenous Grigbo people of the area. And he believed the colonists were oppressing the indigenous people. But there's one historian that writes that it's clear from the evidence that Wilson and their co-workers supported these grievances of the Grigbo people against the American colonists. But it was a situation that was legally complicated and emotionally charged with several complex racial issues. There's another historian who explains it this way, who says that early mission supporters came to learn more about the colony, and they saw that there was a difference in ideas about how to go about the work of redeeming Africa, as they called it. The main critique that the mission had of the colony was that for all this talk of redeeming Africa, the colonists were really spending most of their energy on establishing their own homes and farms and businesses, these things that naturally you would do if you come to a new place to live. But Wilson came to believe that mission and colonization were incompatible. So they closed up the mission in Harper and they moved down the coast to what is now known as the Fawn. When I read these accounts of Reverend Wilson from 180 years ago, they're 180 years ago, 180 years old now. But in a way, it feels like reading current debates about Israel and Palestine, in a way. There's one side that's claiming that he's seeking justice for an oppressed people, another side claiming that those positions are motivated by bias and they don't understand the reality on the ground. So a lot of the historical arguments we have in mission are the same things we're hearing about today in the church. I'll say that one of the more fascinating people in the history of Presbyterian mission in Liberia is the Reverend Edward Wilmot Blyden. We've heard a lot about him today. Blyden was a native of the Virgin Islands, and he was brought to Liberia to be educated. And in 1858, he was ordained a Presbyterian minister. He gave a speech to the American Colonization Society in 1883 in New York City, and he said this. He said, "The society has achieved what no other philanthropic agency in modern times has accomplished, and what perhaps no nation could have effected, namely giving to the Negro an independent home in the land of his fathers, where he has unlimited scope for development and expansion." I think it's fair to say that Blyden was an apologist for what he believed was good in the colonial endeavor. But this was at a time when you look in the United States, there was a growing condemnation of the ACS for its racist roots. And also at the same time, there was a growing racism in the US, which saw blacks as inherently less capable than whites, and believed that they were doomed to fail in this experiment in Liberia. I'll say that Blyden is definitely worth further study. The interest he had in Islam and Africa, his writings about African personality, you can see that he really influenced later thinkers like W.B. Du Bois, Kwame Nkrumah, Leopold Senghor. Throughout all this history, though, the American Presbyterian Church had a conflicted relationship with Liberia. They couldn't seem to decide, was this a church body that was meant to start a church among the resettled Americans, or was it a missionary endeavor that was meant to jump out and reach the rest of Africa? In 1894, the Board of Missions of the church decided to decrease support for the mission work in Liberia. Ultimately, it turned over all the responsibility of mission to the Presbytery of West Africa, which had been organized in the 1850s. And in 1899, it cut all financial support for work in Liberia. At the same time, the Presbyterian Church made a decision to relocate all its efforts to other parts of the continent. And from 1896 onwards, only white missionaries were sent into service. There was a black publication in the 1980s that wrote about this, and it said the closing of the Board of Foreign Mission relationships with the Liberian mission did not dampen the desire of Black Presbyterians to serve overseas. The number of Black Presbyterian churches and members in the U.S. is increasing, but now they were not allowed to serve this mission. So these decisions had a clear impact both on the relationship the church had with Liberia and also with its own Black members. Only in the 1920s, 30 years later, did the church start sending Black missionaries again to service, but they never were sent again to Liberia. There's a publication of the church from 2007 which talked about Liberia, looked at the historic mission in Liberia, and it said this: it said, such incidents, and it was talking about Reverend Wilson in Harvard, such incidents revealed that there was little hope of establishing a viable church on such a flawed foundation. And I was shocked to read this, flawed foundation. And it made me wonder, who is responsible for the flawed foundation? Is it the white churches that started the ACS? Is it the Black colonists who came to Liberia? Is it both equally responsible? Earlier this year, the Presbyterian Church USA and its General Assembly committed itself to create what's going to be called the Center for the Repair of Historical Harms. And I think at the very least, the Presbyterian Church USA needs to take a closer look at its involvement in Liberia and decide if this is a place that needs its attention. We as people of faith often say that God can make a way where there is no way. And I would say, how are we as a church being called to help find this way forward? Right now, I don't think we have a lot of answers, but we do have a lot of questions, and I hope we'll start looking at these more. Thank you.
I grew up in the traditional Black church. My grandmother, she had been a sharecropper in Clay Hills, Georgia. She used to say that she worked from sun up to sun down, and she worked on the same plantation
that Oprah Winfrey made a movie, Beloved, based loosely on Garner's story. Margaret Garner was the woman that rather than be enslaved, she killed
Having said that, can I just ask a few questions that I have? So you said share program, I'm afraid that you use certain phrase, share program, right? For those who do not understand what I mean, you just please tell us what I mean share program. You first say share program, you said all right. Share program, okay. Okay, then the second thing I want to ask about is what the Bible is doing is if people want to tell us the Bible experience as it relates to this conference. To the afterlife, favorite one that we had. The afterlife, who will just in black students. So share first question, comment that you talk about, and then you have black experience as it relates to this conference, this afterlife, favorite one.
Okay, maybe while we're collecting questions, we need a microphone up here.
Yes.
Share.
Yeah, after the questions, I'll bring one.
Okay, all right.
Yes, my question, so thank you again. And I just want to pull the Apostle Paul, and he says, when I was a child, born as a child, and then came as a child, when I became a man, and after as a man. And I want to ask this question in the distinction. Is it a distinction of a denial of growth, or a deliberate denial of maturity, denial of black manhood, of the slave master towards black slave? I want to know, because you said that he settled down the black and the slave master considered that the black men were always in charge. And I want to address the issue of growth and maturity in life.
Okay, let's take one more question, and then we'll get them to respond, and then I'll see you over there. We need, Dr. Allen has a question.
You presented something that reminded me about the John Henry Clark. As you talk about this notion of what you call black savior. John Henry Clark was invited to speak at a school I taught in Atlanta. So I drove picking up from the airport, and while driving to the school for his presentation, we began to talk about this expectation that somehow is it possible that the enslavement of African Americans in the United States was divine intervention? And the question I kept asking is, divine intervention for what? Well, in 2008, Obama was elected president. And I began to hear that, who knows, maybe our enslavement here was that some divine intervention that Obama or black man becomes president, and somehow he regains the continent Africa. So my question is, the notion of this waiting for black Messiah, it seems to be prevalent in African American history. So is that still a notion that there was a savior that's supposed to accompany that your enslavement, the enslavement of African Americans in the United States was divinely? Yes.
Okay, my brother, was your question related to sharecropping?
Yes, I just need it. What is
Yes, thank you so much. So sharecropping was, in short, it was economic slavery. So after, in 1865, when, after the Civil War, when the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment passed to make enslavement illegal in some circumstances, and the 14th gave citizenship and 15 days black males right to vote. After those things, many African Americans, the only work they could get was to work on sort of like tenant farms. They could farm land, but they didn't own the land, and they were sort of renting. And the issue was that they made so little that you could never sort of come from under the that particular economic bondage. You always owe the new slave master. And so many African Americans in the South were under that system till the mid-20th century. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Give me a thumbs up, people. Does that make sense, everybody? Somewhat, okay. My grandmother was a sharecropper in that system. I think she's in her 40s. She moved up north to Ohio from Georgia. And she would sing those songs, and she talked about that if they left the plantation, this is the mid-20th century, they could be shot. They weren't very, and then she didn't learn how to read well when she came up north. She finished high school in her 60s. Very valiant, strong woman. But she worked in that system, and they picked cotton a lot of times. And cotton was really, it wreaked havoc on your body. It didn't grow very high, so a lot of times they had a bad back. And so she worked that system, and she talked about that a lot. I hope that makes sense. With that, you have another question? Right. Speak on that. You mean from a global perspective? However you want. Okay, okay. Well, I'm a preacher, so I need to tell myself to be sure. Okay, but the black experience, in terms of, Donald Trump has really given us a hard time and caused a lot of the racists to come out front in the United States of America, and he has global implications. We call him 45, because I don't like to always quote his name. But what I noticed about the black experience, that a lot of people, we were in the United States, we didn't realize how bad racism was until the recent president. You had an unprecedented amount of white supremacy on the rise in the United States, and all of a sudden we realized we weren't further along as we thought we were. Voter suppression in terms of the black experience in the economy, the afterlife of slavery. A lot of times people think voter suppression is the thing of the past, but in the United States, voter suppression is alive as well. And a lot of African Americans are disenfranchised. We can't exercise our democratic rights because of their various things that are put in place. We call it politics instead of politics, politics. And so the same people keep getting, the same kind of people keep getting put in office. When we talk about economic empowerment for African Americans, we need to vote. We talk about that in the U.S. a lot. We need to vote, get people to get out and vote, to make a difference, to make a change, to have resources, to have property, to have economics, to have our churches. That's the black experience, that the afterlife of slavery, the legacy of slavery is still alive today. There's a lot of black girls that are still incarcerated. One of the things that the 13th Amendment says is that you can be enslaved if you are in prison. You are still legally a slave. And so the irony is, there's a large majority of the prison population are black males, and for crimes that they did not commit. So.
Well, I'm going to try to address the question that was directed towards me regarding growth. Are you trying to say that it's different today?
The issue is that whether it is the denial of growth in like a sense of growing up, or the distinction between growth and maturity.
Well, for me, you can be grown and 35 years old and still function as a child. So growth doesn't necessarily give you maturity. And say it again. Oh yeah, well look, my reason for saying that, Arab Americans, a renowned psychoanalyst, has this theory of psychosocial development. And Erickson theorized that as we get older, we get an identity, we intimate and so forth. He was also very clear that these things aren't really indicated by age. our experience in our environment is also kind of big. So for a lot of African American men in America now, because we don't have a social environment that teaches them how to be mature, how to have integrity, how to deal with stress, how to deal with despair and so forth in the environment. We're at 30, 40, and 50. But because they see that the issue of Eric, we start off with this thing called basic trust. A child being able to trust the environment. And really, it's not just to trust the environment, it's to learn to trust yourself. And I'm seeing family life in my life. Already African American men, especially, they never get it. Without that basis, you can't develop. You can grow. Grow to look like a man, talk like a man, have children. You're not developing. That's really the price. The John Hurt Clark question regarding I was still waiting for breakfast. I think that became close, especially after a while. I think I'll say yes, I think so. For instance, over the last couple of years, Black Lives Matter has taken the forefront of conversation. They don't want to. They don't want to. That's not something that would have happened 20 years ago. So even though, I mean, we still do have leaders that are at the forefront to some degree, I think there has been a shift where, by and large, language of leadership is not what it was.
So the context here, the father and child relationship that you were speaking about in terms of slavery, how would you speak about it here in the Liberian context?
Yeah, I don't know. But listen, I think Clark, Joseph and Joking, Jason's brother, that whole group. What I think they were trying to teach us in the States is that Africa has a voice of leadership. I think that the wrong thing for me to come here and say, this is what's going on in Liberia, this is how the politics of the relationship manifests in Liberia. What I need to develop is here to learn. We can go to experience here on our own. They gotta have misconceptions of what they see. That's why I try to focus myself on the United States side and not what's going on in Liberia. My theory is we try to bring a lot of that stuff, those relationships over here, and force them on people. I mean, that's my opinion.
I still want to ask you, go ahead.
If there's other people,
I would just say a lot of the same thing. When you look at the history of the American Presbyterian Church, I think at the time they thought they were doing good things, but it makes you cringe sometimes now how highly racialized it is. And I think we think we're different from people of the past, but I'm worried now when thinking we're doing the right thing, we can be making the same mistakes of the past. So I think we have to do a lot of listening, a lot of listening, and not impose what we think is the right thing.
I think we could take about 2 questions. I know Reverend Armstrong had one, so we'll come back to you. I know over here. Okay, I'll need a microphone with Reverend Armstrong.
Great presentation from all 3 of you. Question is for all 3 of you, and it's around motive of the American Colonization Society for why it was founded. We often talk about the fact that it was to, quote unquote, colonize Africa or Christianize Africa. I am of the belief that economic exploitation and racial separation and segregation all preceded African Christianization. And so therefore my question is, why do you think the American Colonization Society was founded as a for-profit organization with investors? Because investors never invest without a return on their investment. So if the primary motive was Christianization of the African continent, what is the return on the investment for Christianization? Or was that really just a smokescreen for economic exploitation and racial segregation? Knowing that all 3 cannot be easily dissected, but I do think there is a evil. And so the very fact that it was not founded as a for-profit charitable organization, which would have made more sense, what do you think, again, the profit, this piece involves your point about exploitation of children. If they're still dependent, then those who in power will always have the ability to exploit. Speaks to your point, Joshua, about the motive of Presbyterian ministers who sees black missionaries coming over and instead of white. So speaking to what was the reason for profit of the American Colonization Society.
Thank you. Over here in the front row, and then halfway back. Meanwhile, you can think about your answers.
I like to use this. Yeah, but I wanted to ask a question. I saw that you talk about James Cone. Your examples were just like-made theologians, and with the influence of your grandmother on your life, I thought you would talk about somebody like-made theologian. What was the reason for not doing that?
Okay, thank you. And then I saw that. Sylvester. And then I can get
All right, so the speaker,
all these people.
Okay.
concluded, the first speaker concluded by saying that we should expect the Messiah here. Sometimes when we Africans think about Christianity, we think about Christianity as the white man's religion. I don't hear much about the Bible being a white man's book. But the Bible is what guides, should guide Christianity. So if you talk about an expected Messiah, is it an ideology or is it an embodiment of the Messiah as Jesus Christ?
Okay, thank you. This question is the last one, and I think we're going to be out of time. Yes.
Addressing the issue regarding the general worship, and you mentioned about life being childlike.
Yes.
Okay, I can resonate with that. Based on my experience in Liberia, I think the root cause of the corruption here is immaturity. Okay, but a lot of things that a person will do is like a child. Something that belongs to thousands of people, I will take it. It's childish. That's what I have to say.
I can't ignore my friend.
Thank you, God. Look, I think we all agree with this. Really like too long. It's 400 years of subjugating people to the subculture of slavery because of our damage. And the afterlives of slavery in Liberia is an attempt in part to try to correct some of those things. I'm worried about the influence of Christianity in Liberia and other parts of Africa, especially so as we've seen the rise of a new form of Christianity, a new form of teaching, like customs. I'm very worried about, the current generation, we have to young people here. When I grew up here in the late 80s and early 90s, and we were told, in church, if you confess your sin, God will forgive you, everything's going to be all right. And then the war came and people died. So I'm worried about that kind of message of Christians. Will it survive the phenomenal changes that have taken place? In Europe, for instance, people don't go to church on Sundays again. They go on the field, watch Barcelona, watch football game. Are we beginning to sense the inevitability of what's happening in Europe to Western Africa in this afterlife?
Okay. Yeah, why don't you start with the YT Williams question?
You mean womanism, like womanist theology? Okay, yeah, so let's go. My work, this is just a tidbit of the work. I do explore womanist theology in terms of, I had a Magnolia Lewis piece in there. She did this author for F3. I was talking about Phyllis Wheaton in her poetry. She talks about, she has theological writings in her poetry as well. So Jordan Truth, I have one of them. So that's very much a part of what I do. So womanist theology is really important. The part of the challenge with this particular piece is I was looking at the writings and primary sources where I can glean from. That's what this particular piece looks at. So if I'm dealing with a song, it has to be something that I can read or break down or deal with a sermon. I use to read the lead stuff. When I talk about Black preaching, I use to read the lead stuff, but there's very little documentation when it leads to the AV preachers that from the 1800s. So that's all I want to say about that question. I'll find the young woman that asked that question, and we'll talk about that more.
Okay, I'm turning to Jake Paul about Christian Messiah ideology or Jesus Christ, and also and then I got a question for all three for this 2-minute drill.
All right, very quickly. Can you hear me? Right. Very quickly. Wilson Jeremiah Moses. Back besides and Uncle Tom by Wilson Jeremiah Moses, historian. Then that book defines Zionism as someone who's believed to bring about the kingdom of God. Not necessarily just the person that has to be Jesus Christ, but someone who's viewed as having some kind of special relationship with God and bring about the kingdom of God. And that's why I think it's very dangerous, because persons who either announce themselves as Black Messiah or view Black Messiah and say, this is what God is, this is what God wants. And when we mix up, ends up believe they are bringing about the kingdom, when in fact that kingdom is more precious. And that's why I think it became very problematic for the Black American came over here doing mission work in those early years. Because what they thought, this kind of leads to what Reverend Armstrong was talking about. For them, it was not oftentimes thinking about saving souls or thinking about the kingdom of God. The relationship between Christianity and Catholicism is very important to this. Because for some of them, for instance, the abolitionist Mark Delaney, he wanted to establish a system of commerce in Africa that he believed provided the South. Booker T. Washington also believed that there would be a system of commerce that could rival the South. So it wasn't just about saving souls, it was about being men of commerce, and being men of kind of like business and also, and how that also was also rather than the idea of who always do this work. So yeah, it's not about Jesus Christ. Whoever they believe bringing the kingdom of God, what that kingdom was imperial.
You can just pass it down the line. Thoughts on the motives of the American colonization and the prophet. Like this is in American football in 2 minutes before the end of the game. There's a whole set of strategies. We're in the 2 minute zone now. So just quick answers and then pass them.
I think it was the coming together of so many motives that overlapped. Like the missionary was the start of the missionary movement. You can see in the Presbyterian Church they wanted to end slavery. They talked about it in 1818, but it was decades before they were able to do anything. So the colonization movement was a partial attempt to solve it without really having to solve it. So all these issues, I think, together, I think in the long term, all also profit. You know, there were people who they could make money off of trade, investment, and all these things overlap. I don't think anyone necessarily
One of the things I thought about is I write about unpacking Christianity from white supremacy. And in terms of the colonization efforts, imperialism was definitely a motive. Capitalism is rooted in that as well. So it was difficult. It would have been difficult for the players to be sincere because they had a view towards Africans as inferior. And so if you have that mindset that we're better than you, you're childlike, you have an infant child mindset, that patriarchal mindset toward colonization efforts is not going to be pure. It's not going to be pure Christianity. If you will, that's why I use Roberto's notion of authentic Christianity. So
Keep the microphone. Last question to respond to very quickly. What is the relevance of the message of Christianity today to where we are? 30 seconds.
The message of Christianity, I think that I'll just give some of my music since I'm being here. My brothers, remind me of your name, the conference, the vice president of the university. Remind me of your name. I like what you said. I've been sort of having my own labeling about Christians and what he's talking about Christians. All kinds of, the whole prosperity movement seems to be attached to neo-Pentecostalism today, where people don't know how to unpack capitalism from Christianity. But there needs to be a message of compassion today. There needs to be a message of patience, and it needs to look inward as well, but also sincerely look outward and be adaptive to the culture and understanding it, not as judgmental as we have been, not be persecuting folks. So we got some work to do. We got some heavy lifting to do. But it needs to be a message of authentic love, not the African Christianity. I keep looking at that. What appeals to us, not the sort of slave master version of it, but the invisible institution. That's what I've been thinking about. We have a lot to offer. I also want to say this: they need to let the pastors of color speak, because a lot of the United States, a lot of people speak for us. The white ministers, they white slang. That's what we call it. I think sometimes black evangelicals, black leaders, I don't want to use that word evangelicals, need to take the lead. So that's
a question. But I would say that as Christians, we're called to love our neighbors. To continually try to do that in the way we think God wants us to do it, but also at the same time know that we are. We don't have all the answers, but we're still simple creatures. And we have to humble ourselves and know that we can go wrong. Because I think without knowing that truth, without humbling ourselves, we can make more mistakes. And 100, 200 years from now, people will be having a conference about mistakes that we make. And that's not what we want to do.
Richard Wright, novel fact. Talks about watching his father die on a plantation in Mississippi. And the thing that Richard Wright feared the most was not just his father's physical demise, but his spiritual. His father was a man of faith. One of the reasons Richard Wright could never give his life to Christ, because he always looked at those around him and thought, what is Jesus going to do? If God is real, I think one of the answers we need to try. If God is real, can God get me off this plantation? If God is real, can God help me develop enough, to grow up enough, not be subject to those kinds of conditions? And for many, I believe even in the African American context, especially in inner cities, if that is not true, there's no reason for them to be true. God has allowed me to grow.
Thank you to our panelists and for the great questions. I believe you have an announcement. So can we do better and give them another round of applause? As I indicated earlier, a very important session today to round up this day's activities is the President of Liberian University's Roundtable. And we are a little bit shooting with the time, but the President of the University of Liberia told me that the best way to enjoy this session is to have a 20-minute break for tea and coffee. So, go quickly, grab your coffee, tea, drink it as briskly as you can do, and get back here. Thank you.
I give this to you? You did one. You thought it was chocolate? Tomorrow you get chocolate.
That's sort of Christian. We talked about even their thoughts about there's something there. It's almost like preparation in this yeah, exactly.
you're so powerful. Mentoring you, that's you see how God did it? Yeah. Anything that you see challenging can be like that. That's what so, I could feel that.
Right. I asked them how to
Yeah, so we know the issue. We know our problem. We just talk from experiences. Yeah, nobody was.
This is our final panel. This is the best panel. So my panelists, please take your position. This panel is for university presidents. If you are a university president and your name is Dr. Ali Atla, your name is Dr. Jesse Noah Monroe, and your name is Dr. Samuel Mowell. Please take the stage.
I saw Dr.
We started shortly. We're waiting for I think the cafeteria is taking the conference. So we'll start pretty soon.
The state university. I can tell you, exactly. So thank you. We're not to have you up here with us.
We will begin. All right, so we'll commence with our final panel for the day. I will feel like this panel is the best panel. I'm not sure how to say it is the best, but I think I have an idea. Let me call the name of our panelists. The topic of this panel is Liberia's tertiary education, challenges, and opportunities. Dr. Romel Coffey, Cotton University, Dr. Benjamin Lati, President A&E Zion University. Dr. Lati. Dr. Lati. Dr. Jesse Noah Monroe, Lima Community College. Lima University. Sorry, I apologize. I thought it was Community College. All right. So let's set the rules. Reverend Dr. Ya Gowe Bono, President UMU. All right. All right. So we'll begin. Now we have, the panel should last from 4:30 to 5:30. So we have 4 persons on the panel. So we'll distribute the time. We will call you, you will do your presentation, and we'll go to the second person, we'll go on until we reach the end of the line. So let me press into the podium, each one of you, and introduce yourself formally, and then we'll begin. Let me begin with Dr. Jesse.
So good evening to all. It's already evening time, so I'm Jesse Monroe, head of entity, Lima University. Also the newest because schools are being operated for a week ahead, so that became university or every day at the university of the last year, September 27th, to review over the four first government university in Liberia. We are located in Seminary, which is about 300 miles from this place where we are, Monrovia, and we are, excited to be here. We don't have a whole lot to offer yet. We're taking birth, like I said. We have 6 colleges, and we look to do more in terms of programs and other things. We just returned from the U.S. about 2 months ago. We have 6 university presidents. All we're trying to do is the product is benefited mutual relationships with schools that have programs that will help us. As you know, as I said, we are very new. So we have a lot in our plate to give to our people. Lima, by the way, is the 7th largest county in Nigeria in population and also in areas. And we have a lot to offer because of our contribution to the economy, to the Liberian government, to the Liberian work class. That's why we are on this platform to offer. My idea was to be said I came last year is to work with everybody to make sure that we can be one of the best or set apart or be unique. That's something I've always said to staff and others. So with that being said, I'd like to particularly open to any questions that you might have or any concerns or other issues that we have in the afternoon. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Romel Fortin. I am the first female president of Princeton University. Princeton University was established in 1889. It is the oldest co-educational 4-year degree granted institution in all of sub-Saharan Africa. We have 3 campuses: Swakoko, which is our main campus; Monrovia, our graduate school; Professor our Union College, and we're online. I'm looking forward to this dialogue. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Donald Ongodo, President of United Methodist University. I'm also the first female president in 22 years of the university existence. We have 9 colleges. We are opening and functioning in 5 countries. And we have a graduate school of divinity. And currently we've been accredited to run another graduate school in diverse disciplines. I'm very, very happy to be here, and I look forward to discussing with you whatever we are doing at the United Methodist University. Thank you.
Good evening. After listening to the two female presidents, I had to come to myself before I introduce myself as a female. Because they are both true, they are both first female presidents of their institution. Great accomplishment. Well, Dr. Benjamin Domin Lackley, President of the African Methodist Episcopal Zion University. We operate in Monrovia, on Benton Street, in Port Vincent Town, in Wyoming County, the vacation time in Monrovia. We have been in existence since 1987. We started our graduate school in January 2023. Our university is the home of criminal justice administration in Liberia. The majority of persons in the sector, criminal justice sector, come from the university. We train them. We're happy to be here at this very special conference. We look forward to sharing our challenging opportunities during this deliberation.
All right, so this is a discussion. We have an hour. So we'll begin the discussion. So we'll start with you, Dr. Monrovia. You begin the discussion.
So you have 12 minutes.
What's the content of the discussion?
The content or the title of the
So I will speak to my own level of what you were saying, meaning that to further present what I can answer. But I'm going to be challenged to talk. Is that leadership is a big challenge. Because you deal with human beings. The knowledge of dealing with human beings is you have to understand the social connection between people. That's what I'm experiencing as the head of thinking in a prison. There is politically charged about the act. But what I have done so far is to bring in leadership that has to do with consultation, listening. I think that to me is good in any tertiary or more corporation or these local people sitting down farming their nature. I have realized that is well important because a relational how I deal with people, students, faculty, stakeholders, others. And so far that has been so good for me. Because I'm coming in with the mindset that what we do at the University is a bigger part of the community human work to sustain the Liberian democracy. And you do that when you move them out next generation, that's what we're doing. We're moving out whether it's engineering, in any other field. That's what we're trying to do. These are the people who will end up there tomorrow when we're ready to do what we want to do. So I think that's really the key role. We're sustaining the Liberian democracy by way of impacting not the young people. And that's what I realize as a result of that. I'm more active to be more creative, more proactive, more extraordinary you do, put it that way. In getting resources wherever I can find, in making decisions that will be best for the purpose of what we are there. That's at this point is
Good evening again. It's really great to go after the last presentation in this time. I stand to be corrected, so I do believe most universities and colleges were created to train ministers. I'm saying this because we need to go back to our roots when we were training university students. We were created for that. Given Liberia's economic, social, and political environment right now, it is all of our responsibility to be able to train our youth. And that comes from where we are, as I say, training the child in the way we play. We have numerous challenges that's impacting us at universities. We have limited government funding. That means we have limited financial support to carry on the work that we're supposed to do. And because we have limited financial support, this trickles down into getting underpaid instructors when we need to have qualified instructors that we should be paid for the work that they're doing. How now? This is a huge challenge for tertiary education in Liberia. How do we get the best of the best if we cannot pay them what they are worth to impact the knowledge that we should be giving our students as we go out there? Another challenge, which I also find as an opportunity, is aligning with the public sector, private sector. We need to align our curriculum with that of the private sector to ensure that when these students leave our hall, they have jobs waiting for them. We are graduating thousands and thousands and thousands of students every year. They go out there and they cannot find jobs. So all these students are graduating in business, but they're not graduating in business to be job creators. They're graduating in business to go out there and seek employment when they should be creating employment. We need to connect and align with the private sector to find out what that is out there that we should be educating our students on. If we are to develop this nation, we need to know the courses we are supposed to be giving for students to go out there and be employed immediately. I know we're going to work for the basic things, and I know we're going to keep talking about this. So I'm just putting this out there, that most of our challenges can be turned into opportunities if we just listen to what is happening out there and bring that into the classroom. I'm going to pass this over to John, and I'm sure we're going to come back and talk more.
Thank you. Good evening again. I am at United Methodist University, but I want to let you know that prior to coming to the United Methodist University, I was one of those recruited by the service government to participate in the decentralization of higher education in Liberia, where I went to member. I was appointed as the vice president and started a college there from scratch that is now a university by other leadership. I went to UMU, yes, I've been there just a year and a half, but what has helped me at the university is the experience I gained for 8 years being at the university, community college that is now a university, starting in a community college that was vibrant, successful from scratch. It has helped me in dealing with Liberians, my own culture. I thought I knew it, but when I returned, it was like a different place. So going to UMU, when I came to UMU was, I actually struggling on all levels, but with the experience and consultation, engaging in a very drastic renovation, helping to give the staff a different message to own the university and not see themselves just as workers, but as people that God has called to give their best to the university. We were able to work so hard to do some of the things that we have done. I had my first successful graduation. We constructed a graduation hall along the Railway Street Highway on 52 acres. United Methodist University is in 5 counties. The Monrovia campus is the largest, and we have one, the College of Theology in Banga. We just added some more colleges. We have the College of Health Sciences in Ganta, which is in Niba County. The nursing program has been one of the strongest and one of the best in Liberia. Started in 1953 and it's still growing strong and stronger. And then we have our associate college in Sando County on 500 acres of land where we have the agriculture and forestry program. Then we have recently have the new bachelor program in Mount Ibi County along the Railway Highway, which is the permanent home of the university. So now to address the issue of challenges, coming to Liberia and working in a faith-based private university, it means that the tuitions that students pay will be what we have to use to do everything. So that means we have to be creative, to tap into partnerships and seeking resources, and that has been what we have been doing and continue to do. So it's very challenging when the country itself is facing economic challenge or challenges. The students coming from homes, sponsors and parents cannot afford. So when they do not pay tuition on time, salaries are delayed. So that's some of the challenges. But the opportunity for me is that I'm glad to come from nowhere and be blessed by God to give back to my country through educating students who may not have any skills like me. So I tell myself, I have to work harder to identify qualified faculty who are committed to training and educating students who will in turn be leaders of Liberia. Liberia needs educated people, white folks. So our university now has a Master of Divinity program, and we're just currently trying to diversify for human resource capacity building, where we added Master of Public Health, Master of Education, and a host of other programs that we are going to do. So I see this, the effort to leave even the US and come to Liberia, where you find all the major challenges, sometimes water, light, some of the things that in the US we don't even see it as a problem become problem here. But for me, it's an opportunity to be able to help our country because nobody will do it for us. We have to do that. So teaming or one of the things that we need to do also is that we who are at the universities, the different universities, instead of competing to pull the number of students out there, we can also team up and do some exchanges of students and of teachers, the partnerships that we are getting out of the country. We can also get partnership from within Liberia and team up to educate our people. So I'm very excited, and we are using the opportunity what may be a challenging reality is something that we are using to actually engage ourselves into serving God and being very grateful God has been faithful. Thank you.
Thank you. You will see that the challenge is, and the same. We are all going through the same difficulty. What is important is making sure that those challenges also become opportunities as you find yourself with the individual. No substitute for help. As you heard, we have to depend on ourselves, tuition that the students will pay, and other efforts that we make to raise on other locally or abroad. And with the ongoing situation in the country, things are very difficult. So things are also difficult on the students, and by extension, their parents and guardians. So these are very difficult times. How do you pay qualified? And you know it is a big challenge and it is very because you find due to lack of support, one instructor will be working in 3 or 4 places at the same time. How much can you get out of that person? Even 3 or 4 places is working. Many times you cannot make a proper living to take care of yourself and family. So it's a very difficult situation. It's expensive to decide that you have everybody working with you full time. So you have a lot of instructors who are part-time. Which makes this very difficult. Facilities. To run a university, you need facilities, you need laboratories, you need the computer system that should be fully in place. Proper research needs to go on. The library. So there's a lot of challenges to find ourselves. One big challenge was in our Pool River campus, where we have 189. We have to dealing with we are down 75% with 20 classrooms, 10 offices, college, and other facilities. We have had to run 110 kV generators on those programs daily from Monday to Saturday. LEC, the Liberia Electricity Corporation, has recently made connections. So we are happy. Thank you, LEC. So we have now been able to hook up with LEC. We are now bound coupon to be able to cut down that serious cost. Even on Princeton Street in the heart of Monrovia, we have a 50 kV generator there. We were able to hook up with LEC. But then most of the time, we don't see LEC. Then you have to go back into the generator. So you can imagine the cost of fuel to be able to operate. We have a system where we run what we refer to general studies. That comes home from 4 to 9. Those persons who cannot come in during the daytime come in the evening. So imagine if LEC is at home, what's the use of one major challenge that we have experiencing and we are now grappling with trying to solve is the issue of the behavior of students. So when the school came to different, of course, times have changed. Student politics. Student politics on campus sometimes get very exclusive. And then you find the interference of other student groups from other universities or other youth organizations that will tend to try to influence the students on campus. During the last 2 years, I was compelled to suspend student politics on campus. We did work with the students in collaboration, and we did put into place interim student leadership, both at the student union government and at the senior class level. We are happy to say that for this 2 years, what we have started at the first semester in August, we have lifted the ban on student politics. Our students at all times who behavior wrong be able to tell us that all will be well. Because sometimes it becomes so explosive that people even threaten to just bite down the bill. You know the consequences that this will cause. Another big challenge I'm sad to talk about is corruption. Serious corruption at all levels in most of our institutions. Some of our instructors will take money from students. Some of our staff will take money. This is very sad. Sad expectation. But at any Zion University, we have made it very clear. Anyone found in these practices, don't bother to come to work. Just ask for 12 months leave or unpaid. You don't have to be done. Because these are things that we have to stand on. We saw during COVID-19, I took over as president in January 24th, 2020. And by March 2020, we were closed down. And we remained closed until December. And this was a major challenge for our institution. Those who could afford it began to put into place systems to go online. We found it very difficult. We have not been able to face that challenge. But at the time, it was very difficult. And so we have to remain closed, which also seriously affected our institution. Collaboration, opportunities. I think as the Association of Liberian Universities, we need to collaborate more. We are not collaborating, we need to collaborate more, collaborate. Because I strongly believe that working together works. If we work together, we can accomplish a lot. If we work together, we can have joint advocates to be able to not only advocate for our government, but to be able to advocate and make joint presentations to partners, not only locally but abroad, that will be able to have impact on the institution. Recently, we launched a bachelor program on maritime studies. As we look at the market, we feel it necessary to begin to relate. Every year, we graduate thousands of students, public administration, management, accounting. And most of them go out there and they cannot find jobs. So we are looking at how do you train our youth so that as they leave their roles, they are able to find jobs. So these are some of the ways that we are looking at this year. We thank the National Commission on Higher Education. One major challenge was in recent times, not too long ago, we had a proliferation institution, a higher level. Everybody gathered and could be a college or university. The higher commission have been able to very firmly to come in and lay down standards. I think this is very important. Our people who college graduate come to apply for a job, and you give that person a sheet of paper and say, please write the curriculum detail on both sides of the paper. You leave that person sitting down, go out, and you come back 2 hours later, the person sitting there. And they probably have written half a page. So it tells you something is seriously wrong. And so we are putting a lot of emphasis now on English. We're putting a lot of emphasis on English because you found out that many of our people graduate from colleges, they can hardly read and write. And what makes it easier now or worse is the computer age we're in. I was saying to one of my great grandsons the other day, I'm not that old when I say great grandson. I said, when I was in school, I was using typewriter. I would type my presentation to this. And when you use the typewriter, rest assured, even though you use carbon paper, if you made any correction on that, you have to type it all over again. So you were more careful, you were more concerned about what you're presenting. Nowadays, it's so easy. You type it out, you present it, whatever correction is already in the computer to save. And most of the time, you go on Google and you can find any topic and they help you how to write. So we need to begin to make our students more challenging. You don't just come and you study. You need to be more challenging. And this is why some people said, the professor said to me that I like this online study, but I also like the face-to-face study. Because face-to-face, I know what that student is doing. Online, somebody else will be doing that student work. And that student can do it. But these are all challenges. So I think we have here.
I'm going to piggyback a little bit on what Dr. Lassie just said. First, Dr. Lassie, we don't want to go into war with LEC. Because I'm at Bum County and I have a residential university and I don't have LEC. So you know what my ideal is. But I really want to talk about our university structure. We need to come together with some stringent code of conduct policy. When we grew up in this country, there was something called NCR. Do you remember what that was? Yes. NCR, never to return. Universities need to have a never to return policy. For instructors who are doing bad stuff in one university, leave that university and then come to another university. We have to be the ones to now write these policies to stop these bad behaviors. We, the universities, need to be the ones to be writing policies for the government. Where are we with all of this? We are talking about challenges and opportunities. These are some of the things we need to start looking into. I'm very excited about this conference that we have, because Liberia is so far behind when it comes to research. If we do not know where we are coming from, we will never know where we are going. Our history is our identity. We were so unfortunate to bury one of Liberia's most historic person in the form of Dr. Joseph Segwani, who we just buried on Saturday. Dr. Guano has died with Liberia's history within him. He wrote a number of books, but yet we are here, we're looking for other Dr. Guanos to write the history of Liberia. colleges and universities of Liberia. We need to now put out, this is the challenge that we have. Are we putting out the Dr. Warners of this world? Who now is there to stand up to write Liberia's history? We are losing our national identity because we are not writing. We are not doing research. This is a huge, huge challenge for universities. We are not doing research. We need to do more research. When it comes to reading and writing, we need to collaborate with each other and try to put this out. Where are we going if we are losing our national identity?
Where are we going? All right, so to summarize a few points, the point important points, and then I will put the point on the audience, give you the audience have some solutions. So generally, one, the issue of inadequate funding. That's something that seems to plague all the schools we have, from what they are telling us here. Inadequate funding. So what can our audience suggest? What alternatives there for them, those who are struggling with inadequate funding or inadequate funding? Another thing that was mentioned was the issue of saturated job markets. Students graduate in various disciplines. After graduation, jobs are difficult to come by. What solutions, what alternatives can we propose to address that problem? Students' disruptive behavior. This is not something that is unique with one university. Students' behavior or students' misbehavior, people are appropriate, is a major problem. So what can we suggest? What strategies can we develop to address this behavior? Dr. Holton mentioned the NTR. I remember NTR as a student. I mean, I want to get an NTR, but I'm not saying that NTR never to return because of either bad behavior or academic or poor performance. Getting NTR will not return. So do we bring back NTR? What are the advantages of NTR? What are the disadvantages of NTR? In addition to saturated job market, another problem is the emphasis on academic research. Without research, we'll have a knowledge vacuum. Research will build knowledge, and with that knowledge, we can produce historians, educators, academics, and so forth. So what can we do? What suggestions can be made here that will address this major issue? But amidst all the problems, I see a glimmer of hope that creative endeavor, like partnerships, has been suggested, and collaboration between the schools. How can they expand that? What kind of partnership will be more productive for some of these schools? Also, the issue of corruption. Well, corruption is endemic. So corruption in the school is a microcosm of the corruption in the larger society. So we have that. So how can we address the issue of corruption? Let me stop here, and I will ask you to kindly give our audience a round of applause. And then we will ask you to kindly suggest ideas. If you have questions, you can ask the questions, but also suggest ideas, because we know the problem. We know the problem. What we need to find out is solutions to the problem. So we'll pass the mic around, and then as the questions are raised, we'll ask the I don't know if you're on the table. Go ahead. Yes.
Firstly, I would like to thank the panelists for the discussion. Was very interesting, very entertaining, very incisive, educational. But secondly, let me make some comments about some of these questions. It was advanced that most of our tertiary institutions in this country, lack funding, adequate funding. I mean, that is the proof fact, that is the established fact. But the fundamental question is, how can we leap from being an underfunded institution to being an institution that is adequately funded? But there are many propositions that one could advance. One, why can't most of the universities and colleges engage in agricultural to establish a economic farm? I think that is another way to go. If we did that, I think we can generate funds to help sustain the institution. Another suggestion would be collaboration that Dr. Horton alluded to. We can collaborate on research projects, maybe with other institutions, not only in Liberia but in the sub-region. Liberia is the fertile ground for research in diverse areas, health, politics, in industries, among others. We can also do that in order to sustain the very institution. You also talk about saturated job market that have become very pervasive, when it comes to our university graduates. I think we can advance the valid solution to address that issue. It's very perennial. One, the Higher Education Commission that I currently head is thinking about coming out with a policy that would affect the various higher education institutions in the country. In other words, we don't want schools to replicate the same disciplines. For example, we should regionalize the various disciplinary areas. If Liberia County, that is located in the northeastern part of this country, is good, they have mining industries like ArcelorMittal, then of course geosciences should be appropriated, as well as agricultural activities. Then if you went to southeastern Liberia, where we have Monrovia State University, southeastern Liberia, where we have Monrovia State University, which have once had one of our foremost, technology institutions. Then we can, encourage engineering sciences, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, among others. In other words, let us tailor our students, to disciplines, that will be acceptable, that will be accepted by, corporations. Let us do research. Let us have a stakeholders conference, and we are willing to take the initiative. Higher Education Commission is willing to take the initiative this year. From now to next year, we are seeking funding, from our partners. We want to establish, have a stakeholder conference where, we will interact with the various university heads to determine how best, we can tailor in the disciplinary areas that will allow our students, when they graduate, to become productive, workforce. So these are things that we are looking at. If we talk about, you also talk about, and that was a very good point, about most of our faculty, at our various institutions. We want to have faculty that will research.
Could you just raise one question and we give others a chance to talk? Yeah, we might not actually. So, you mentioned that specialization, regional specialization, I thought you suggested. So let's hear from the next speaker.
Thank you, moderator. May I first express my appreciation to the University of Liberia, and it's part of the Princeton Theological Seminary. For this opportunity to interact panelists, experts, and the very rich presentation to be this morning. I have one idea and one question. So the idea is that it's proven that there's more money coming onto the African continent via the diaspora, sources of money. I'm talking about the African diaspora, Europe, USA, and many parts of the world. The statistics are compelling in this regard, and I believe a huge focus has to be played, has to be put onto the African diaspora, the role they will play in advancing science diplomacy, science innovation, and the human sciences on our continent. That's the idea. The question I have for panelists is, I'm new to Liberia. I arrived here on 15th April, and I found today to be a very enriching experience to listen to different presentations being made. The question I want to know is, what is the state of the decolonization of the curriculum at universities? Thank you.
Curriculum. Before that, take on that one. Take on that question. We'll leave this call. Yes, please go ahead.
This is something that I think we talked about before. We've been talking about. I think since this is Afterlives of slavery, I just want to point it out. The panelists talked about national identity, and then another talked about putting emphasis on English. I really agree with both. I think English helped me to drive through Princeton and then Seminary. But we still understand that English as a language is a byproduct of the afterlife of slavery. When you go to, people will always talk, when you go to China, you learn business in Chinese, you learn everything in Chinese if you have to do, even maybe theology or accounting. So our tertiary institutions thinking about indigenous Liberian languages, this is something that will be important to think about.
Thank you. Please make your question, please. Just ask a question. We'll take you from this section. We'll take you from this section. We'll take this question.
Okay. I think I want to reverse my question into a comment or statement. In that I think for us like you, there should be a rethinking of our curriculum, which will inculcate our culture back. Tertiary institution needs to rethink how can we include our Liberian value or culture in our learning system. Like when I was at the seminary, we had something that we did about Liberian society, learning about Liberia. So most often we perpetuate Western ideas too much, and there is nothing that we can really rethink in our own culture. I think there should be a rethinking of our own cultural value. I think that's what will make us to reincarnate Joseph Sigler again, and our former information minister, the late Monrovia. So at least we can have this history into our time.
Digitize the curriculum. We'll take one more from here.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, speakers. I just want to talk briefly, and I want to share the idea of the model that we are using currently in my university. I'm going to put this briefly. First and foremost, on the issue of job listings after education. We have a model in our university that we are using. I think the university in Liberia can find it to go into the teaching on issue. The issue of the partnership. I think the curriculum can be changed and incorporate the Seminary program, both in practical and theoretical aspects that will prepare the school curriculum that students will be exposed to before they finish their program. That is the first one. You can say later, but the second aspect is the issue of funding of public and private universities. But so specifically on public universities, what is the recognition of UNESCO and what is the government doing? Is the government funding university in tandem with UNESCO recognition? The question is no. So there's need for the government to plug loopholes. Countries that they can need to focus more on education, not in your education. Thank you.
Thanks to all the panelists. My opinion is that the government of Liberia should put a freeze on the creation of any new university, and let's focus on strengthening the existing university. When it comes to corruption by teachers, zero tolerance, fire them if you never retire. That the universities when it comes to farming and research. All of the universities, you necessarily have to have a farm. Get the products from the local farmers, come together and see how we can market those products, how we can improve those products. And then lastly, provide small business loan to our seniors. So they don't necessarily have to be looking for jobs at the government level. And then use that money with the soft skills they've learned and create more business opportunities. So that's my suggestion.
When you get through, we're going to discussion actively. He's going to have a chance to respond to all the things he said.
Thank you very much. Let's use the presidents of our universities here talk about the challenges. Make you wonder what's the future of post-secondary learning in this country. And these folks have the most difficult job, to be honest with you. Notwithstanding the challenges, the future for Liberia's children development is very bleak, according to the World Bank's recent report, terrible report for Liberia. It says that Liberia's children are not developing beyond 2% of the full potential. That's alarming. The standard globally is 56%. In Liberia, we are 32%. Of 175 countries that were surveyed in the Human Development Index, Liberia went 4 from below. We are above Chad, South Sudan, and Central African Republic. So it means that a child is born today in Liberia, they will not develop until 2% by the time that child reaches 18 years old. That's a problem. And so what we talk about solution, the government has to put more money in education. Education financing has to be the key driver. As a percentage of our national budget in Liberia, we are spending less than 16% of our national budget on education. We haven't reached beyond 16% over the last 10 years. So if if you spend it, it is encouraged, it is recommended that for any country in Sub-Saharan Africa to make some significant impact over a 20-year period, it has to spend at least 20%. Ghana is spending 1%. Other countries spending 1%. So the 15.5%, that's allowed, and that makes the job that you have very difficult. So put more money in education financing, it will spill over, in the private sector, in the way the economy of providing quality education in the private institution. So we gotta push those who head universities. You gotta use some leverage internationally. Make sure so that we make 0.5% or at least 20% of our investment going to education. Thank you.
All right. So, let's hear from the panelists here. Let's hear from you. They have any questions and suggestions. Do you have? What are your reactions?
Questions. The question is decolonizing.
Yeah, there were decolonizing, indigenizing our curriculum.
Yes, there's a lot of comments on the decolonization. Unpack.
What about indigenizing?
I don't know about leaving English. I don't know about leaving English right now and try to do the dialects in school. It's a process. It starts at early childhood level to get to that point. So that's the only way we can get that. But to say start English, let's start with, we are way over the years, English has been the language that we have been speaking, and to start that will pose problem that we cannot even solve. So that question about indigenization of the language would be for the government or for the state. So I'm going to the decolonization of the curriculum. We have been having problems with our students not knowing Liberian culture, Liberian history. We don't even know ourselves. We're only striving to be different things, different people, and so forth. So the last time I have an example. I was talking to some of the people at the university who wanted to start a new program in peace study. I looked at the curriculum that they have developed. There's nothing there about anything that has happened in the Liberian history. So as they have on the Civil War, does anybody think about why the war started? Why it lasted 14 years? Why peaceful Liberians can go to war with themselves and then kill each other? And the scars stay there, fresh people cannot even get unified. Why can't that be the point of departure? And then they took it back and said they were going to rework it and think about it. So those are some of the things we need to do. We have a lot of entrepreneurs here in Liberia. The business students should be doing research on how these people, downwards us, Broad Street, all over the place, how is business done? What's the importance of entrepreneurship in terms of entrepreneurial studies program? But we're looking at taking the material from somewhere else, copying or trying to, it's not bad to use other scholars' works, but we have Liberia that is lost. The history, the culture itself is not even single culture. Like I said, many persons in Liberia came from all over the world, all over the continent of Africa. So we don't have one culture here, and it's difficult to know where we even start. But the major ethnic groups that we have are the American Liberians and the indigenous Liberians. And how is it that we can take the best from both cultures and put that together and work on it as a people to even develop a curriculum that can study the two groups. I did a research, my dissertation was on 3 generations of Liberian women, adolescents, young adult, and middle age, and I studied the refugees that migrated to Atlanta, Georgia. I was looking at how has coming to North America made Liberian women to see themselves in the cultural values, parenting, marriage. At least that was what will help me probe more into the study like that, and even the research participants were able to at least discuss their stories from the war, story in North America, the young Liberians who went, their encounters even at the schools and so forth. So we have to be the one to focus on that, and you help the university to do that. So the faculty members who are coming from so many jobs, what time do they have to even go into new endeavors? So it's hard. That's why we don't have so much to say, because we are looking at the government. If we, the university system, can work together to be a force, like that person was saying, then we can at least make some progress in that areas that you people are talking about. But it's a process. It can't start overnight. We'll be creating major problems which we can't even do, because the student themselves, if you give them a new idea, they're already not used to anything difficult or challenging. Some of them don't think that they're going to leave Liberia and travel, and we try to push them and they shy away. So that's not easy to do, as you are suggesting.
And just also just to piggyback about these indigenous, in Liberia, to be able to do that, you have to strip the tribes, the dialects. And currently, we have 5 that has been scripted. We have 7 that have been scripted. We have 16 tribes. So we have of the 16, only about 2 or 3 that have been scripted. How now are we going to teach that in school? So we have to choose which tribe we're going to keep, which to teach. And should we do that? Do you know the kind of riot we're going to have in this country? Leave all those other tribes behind.
I wanted to say that it's lamentable that when you look at our national budget, education, health, and agriculture are the least funded. And you all agree with me that these are 3 of the most priority. So we do have a policy problem in our hand. Maybe one way is during the next budget period, colleagues, we must advocate this and go to the legislature and ensure that the agricultural budget, the education budget, adequately there. There was a time where there was a little subsidy that was given, now there's no subsidy. I just want to mention, everybody talks about agriculture. Why don't we go to agriculture to help sustain ourselves? To go into agriculture, it takes money also. It takes money. We have 100 acres of land in Fall River. We have tried to do some development, but it takes money. And we pass those days where you now need to invest in tractors and other equipment. You know, mechanize it to be able to get the returns if you were then reinvested into the school. So we're talking about how can we better bring in the necessary.
I'll take one question from the floor. I know it's a very interesting discussion.
Was just actually more a comment, and I don't know anything about it here, except the basics. I've been here 3 days and read a few books, but I do know a lot about Guatemala, and I don't think you all have to do this alone. There are other countries that have had, they're not the same history, so you talk about peace states, and it's completely irrelevant, and yet a country that has people, he has 20 different indigenous groups that don't speak the native language of the national language of things that we speak on. They've had to develop literacy projects in those languages. They have an unsettled national narrative that you have here. And it does seem like Guatemala's not perfect, don't get me wrong, but they've gone from less than 20% literacy rate for women to more than 70% for women in less than 10 years. That's remarkable. And it does seem that there are maybe models that you could look at. Guatemala's also very poor, doesn't have huge resources. But those models are out there, and it seems like maybe there could be horizontal collaborations that could be helpful.
Yes. So this is a very interesting topic, but we'll take one.
I'd like to say, I have different ways to look at it. I just think the job of just for a year. This month, September, making money. And so I leave Botswana, Southern Africa. What I think I'm saying is that we have to take us out of the box. And so there are ways you can do new ideas, but people think one once. When someone book I wrote this book was working in Africa, the reason why I said that, because there are things are working. Whether it's Rwanda, whether it's Sierra, whether it's Kipra, whether it's other countries in Africa, the things are working. So the first guy did, when I came on board and decided one big thing, and opened for research, writing, that was social institution, vice president, former people of Botswana, the business of. So in my view, the way to go about all of these things is to look at new ideas, what area is working better. I'm very hopeful that it's working because I know how much progress has been made in just that 1 year in Liberia University. I think that's a way, I think it is a way to resolve some of these issues. Whether traditionalists, that one is a different topic, I'm not going to speak to that one, but I don't know how I can best make the university where I'm now heading people functional, more productive, and more useful to the young people, and that's what I'm trying to do. And so I'm thinking outside the box, not just waiting for the government money to come in to assist me. I'm doing different things. I got 4 people going to town, but they're already dead. I did our home myself. What am I saying? I'm still going to think outside the box with new ideas. So that's one of the specifics in terms of what we're speaking here. And I just remember that I don't know, it's not going to always work. You don't have that money. Thank you.
All right. Let's take one question from our students. Yeah, let's see. Yes. Yes.
I'm Narcoba from United University. My question has to do with we as Africans, especially Nigeria, what are we doing? What are those things that we are putting in place to focus on Nigeria, Africa, but not focusing on international community? Suppose always. What are those mechanisms we have to put in place?
What are those mechanisms we have to put in place to promote education for Nigeria? Let me take another student. another student. Let me take another student. Okay, yes. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Miguel. I'm a student of the Liberia University. Now, no question, just like then you are speaking on the correction. So, really, my mind can always reflect that. What are some of the things you are doing that university will be established in 2004 in all of the country, so that the city university established 2004 in Liberia, and the one established 2004 in all of the country will be oil. Then the one established in Liberia. Because sometimes it is our mindset, because character that's something that can never be substituted. You cannot substitute your character for another thing. In the sense that if you want to do well, your mind will be developed first. So at least our president, they are all in the city, and I will tell them thank you that they should work together so that our you the president will be best in the entire world.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give our members of the round table, the presidents, let's give a big round of applause.
I don't want us leaving here thinking that we have a substandard education system. I want us to leave here know that we have challenges. In 1970, this country educational plan was the plan that was given. Our president gave that plan to Singapore. And Singapore used that plan and see where Singapore is now. I want you to leave here know that Liberia can, will, and must return to those days when we were doing that, and we will get there. We have it in us, and we know that we can do it, and we will do it. It takes all of us working together to get this done. Education is everybody's business, so let's educate. Thank you.
Thank you to our conveners, our presenters, the audience for being here today. Afterlives was with us. Continue to work on it.